now live. Yay! Hello, Stephen. Welcome to Nycos D&D, the I9 COVID incursion episode of Slopes of the Shatterhorn. Today's episode, Falling Down, Drunk. I don't know what that will mean, but we'll figure that out as we go. I'll ask my players to introduce themselves. We found that it worked kind of well last time to go alphabetically by last name of the player. So you guys get to do the calculation on who's going to go next. So I'll give you a few seconds by dragging this out. The stream started with one of our sponsors, which is the Gameology Game Store. We're currently not playing from there because of the I9 issues, but we still consider that to be the best game store in Southern California. Make sure you guys get a chance to stop by and pick up some stuff and come play with us. All right, so take it away first in the alphabet. You interrupted. Let him finish. Let her finish, I should say. Uh-huh, uh-huh, uh-huh. That's it. Next. I'm. That's right. That makes that actually technically should have pushed him to the front of the list, but that's okay. But I didn't go by. I wasn't going by player last name. I was going by character last name. I was going by player last name. But okay, since we're doing it this way, Hart. I know. Go Hart. Who's after Hart? Who's after Hart? Specifically it was the player's last name, but nobody heard me say player somehow, and so we started with started with Freya. So Jean hasn't changed her character to a name. Just get on to it. Come on, Peekaboo. Okay, Rocky. Class and race. He is as rare as a dragonborn because he is the only dwarf in any of my campaigns right now. That's very funny. Yep, yeah, we're talking about this one, so go ahead. I guess mathematically, therefore, Peekaboo should go next. Last, but not least, last but not least, Miss Acker. Last but not least, we're already past everything the P's, Q's, R's, and S's, so B's are next. he is hard. All right. So now our story so far. Where were we when we left off last time? It all fell on her, even though she didn't mean to be. It was all the loading and unloading, over the top of her. They really Valara. Yeah, she's still Jean on the name tag here, Jean. So we are making a gun into making beating a schnauzer. What's the word I'm looking for? Yes, that's a good choice. Yes, we know. Gene, what style of fighting would you like to learn? Because that'll make a difference on what kind of blade he wants to make. Okay, the style of weapon and shield goes all the way from Shaka Zulu to the Roman Empire, from the really long spear-like weapon all the way down to Gladius, which is only 18 inches long. So what blade? Okay, I got you. The versatile longsword slash bastard sword. Fair enough. Um, just for clarification, the size of her weapon is such that when you do this, the blade's breadth will only be about 3 inches or 2 inches. So the amount of metal versus the amount of composite material that made up that weapon. When you melt down the metal, when you melt down the barrel and the stuff inside, it's going to equate to a little bit less metal. No, and fold. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. That well, what I was getting to is that the 2-inch breadth, you'd still have enough left over to make a decent companion dirk or dagger. That's what I was thinking. So you could make a two-weapon combo, two-weapon set out of it. And we've already determined. Okay, the runnels. He might have been or might actually be reading currently from a book on sword making. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, the guy that designed it was Gordon Ramsay, so he's shouting at you the whole time, right? Single edge. Hmm. Right, right. Of course, we yeah. Right. Okay. Oh, there we go. The internet is a wonderful thing, as is cable TV. There we go. So, anything else that was going on? Right. Well, actually, what's interesting is it's going to come out with kind of a black but a rainbow pattern as well, because as you fold it over and over, the layers of the blackish material actually burnishes into colors. So, yes. Right. Maker's mark, as this thing. Okay, and what else was everybody else doing? Peekaboo, you'd made friends with the elves? I can't remember how that went. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yay. Um, and you basically. Nice. Nice. Well, the Elvish Forest would kind of do that to you anyway, because the soft, gentle music that's almost always playing from somebody's window is kind of dreamy like anyway. Yep. Yeah, too bad about not having any magic beans left, huh? Yeah. Hmm. She's she's. I think she secretly is wanting to play out the ET part of this story, where she goes and actually is with her own people long enough to realize how she really isn't one of them anymore. That's what she's guiding herself towards. It sounds like in the meta. That's where I think that I feel Gene wants to go. Heart so heartbroken he has to leave. Yeah, Hart just said he had to be back. He'll be back in just a minute. Well, you'll bump into. By the way, when you're out there, I can mentally see this that you've kind of gotten into your own head, and so you're spinning around, not sure exactly what you're supposed to be doing or whatever. You'll run into Freya, who's just woken up from her long comatose state in the back of the van, so to speak, and as she was awakened by the shrieks and the screams of the souls being released, the joyous sounds of those spirits finally getting to return to their homes or whatever from imprisonment. So that's a terrifying mental image there for you, Frey, is that you wake up to the screams of people that have been long dead and in torment for thousands of years. And when the elves realize you were there, they apologize profusely. You weren't supposed to hear that. You weren't supposed to be here. This is highly irregular. They recognize they recognize your bloodline and just by your facial structure and stuff, and they say we have not seen a noble of the Dayan peoples in ever, and we wish to honor you for your arrival, and so we will be providing a feast in your honor a little bit later today. Yes, and of course, as this happens, Valara's walking by, so she's feeling even more distance because you weren't even here for the last encounter, but they're treating you like royalty, and she's feeling kind of like an outsider. So you'll see that on her face. That's okay. Shh. Freya wasn't here, so we have to have a feast for Freya too. Okay. So I was man, I was making Freya feel like she was having her own feast. At least that way she doesn't. It won't be until the third day of. It won't be till the third day of overeating that she'll realize that maybe she needs to pace herself. Nice. What shade of green? Looking at the panoply of greens behind me, what color of green? The yellow green or like a nice, nice. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. But anyway, you see on Valara's face, Freya, that she's feeling a little distanced, a bit of the outsider. That is the classic Freya subtlety I was hoping for. Thank you so much for not disappointing me. What's wrong with you? I know. are. You are. We need to look at that. We make sure it's not COVID-19 because it sounds because it kind of sounds like a combination between COVID-19 and Tourette's. You know, all the all the epithets and nasty things that are coming out there. Don't speak in the third person. You're talking to each other. This is a great conversation. A paramilitary, sort of maybe Christian, arguing with a wild mage who's already had a swim in the limb. So, yeah, how can I help you? Oh, a library of your people? Well, there aren't wouldn't be any day-in libraries anywhere near here, but I can certainly find a way to get you to a collection of books. Yes, I can imagine that. Uh, Peekaboo, I can imagine that indeed. No, I'm talking in front of your back. She's talking behind your back. I'm talking in front of your back to save time. So the elder the elf says we do have a small selection of works that you might be interested in. We have the Annals of Ray that they speak of the glories of the Eldrin race that were reestablished just before the Revening. I'm not sure what you mean. Give me a suggestion. She doesn't read fast. Nice. Well, in Andaran magics are all basically harm free. we utilize magic as it was intended. It's only our brethren that got into the imprisonment process. So simply by learning how we do spells and such, you'd be able to learn that. But you're quite frankly, hate to mention it, but you are kind of too old to learn somebody else's style of magic at this point. Didn't you just achieve fourth level using a meta? So, if you want to maintain your status as a wild mage, you wouldn't really want to do that. The other one, as far as learning how to liberate it, we can definitely accommodate that because we do have. Well, it's a bit on the edgy side, so you might want to consider having a tutor help you with it. But there is the last book of shadows that refers to how the Daeans magic was integrated into the development of the technology of the Ixal. I recommend that you consider a tutor because otherwise you run the risk of actually falling back into the patterns of your people, and so I just want to warn you. Sure, sure, we'll gladly get you going. You got a bit of an echo there, Stephen. Is it Jean? She got her news going in the background or something, maybe? Well, it's a combination of two things because he's going to try to fashion it in a style that is going to be his style. So he's going to have some say in the way it looks, and he's trying to fight one that fits what she's hoping for. Whoa! Remember, this is the first sword he will have ever made, too. Right, and he made it with putting that arrow tip point on the end of it. So okay. Anyway, so Freya, the person they're going to take you to. Let me get the. I get to go get my book now since I found a source here. Da 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 da. That's it. How'd you know? Uh, Lemelga is his name. And he's probably nearing the upper end of that 126 slash 1200 years time frame. He's an old elf. And he is the only member of this little group that actually has visited Dea in the past. He was. That was a joke. So Lemalga says, "Let me look at you, young one." Please turn, circle. I wish to. Ah, you have a bit of a wild mage, yes? Ah, yes. One of the dangers of Dea is the freedom that you are able to uh, act upon because of your closeness to the source. Why, why are you seeking knowledge of liberating magic? Gene, you guys probably should do this in chat so I can keep going if that's okay. So, uh, answer my question, young one. Ah, if it's free as you, do you think this would be a good thing? Are you not bound by law? And you accepted the law you have upon you by your own choice? No. And what's that? Oh, sorry. It's all on you. Uh, well, I'm just clarifying. You wish to liberate magic, but the liberation that you have in your own life has been curtailed. You have an obligation and a duty that force you to act in a certain way. Yes, and this is a just law. You feel very well. I will teach you. You thought you were failing that, but you actually successfully passed that. That was I could see it on your face, like, oh no, oh no. Well done. No, no, no. I understand that he's trying to get an Inandaran elf who knows about the dangers of what Dea did before to get that person to teach Freya how to do magic the way the Daeans used to do it. And so this Lemalga needs to make sure that Freya isn't going to be responsible for the downfall of all Eldrin at this point. So I will teach you. So first, show me show me magic unique to you. What is your unique magic? What are the smell? What is the aroma? What is the if you're making a smell? What is the aroma? Okay, and you're I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. Dancing Lights is an academy taught class, and Prestidigitation, even the street mages can do that. I asked you to demonstrate your unique magic. Shh, shh, Gene, don't help him. So you're casting what spell? Ice daggers, and what are you throwing them at? A gold coin. Okay, roll it. Roll it. Roll. The first thing I need you to do is roll percentage dice for me. Okay. And you're throwing a gold coin in the air, or are you laying it on the ground to target it? Oh, even better. AC 20. Roll to hit. Yep. Plus 8. 8 plus proficiency bonus plus your. Oh, you rolled a net. You rolled a 16. She sent you another. Yeah. Yeah, as a sorcerer. It's okay. He rolled. If I remember, he was rolling hardcore. Remember? No, that was the other character. Yeah, but he used 4d6. It wasn't hardcore. It wasn't 3d6. So 12 gives you a plus one. So plus one plus proficiency would be plus two. A total of plus three on the die roll. What did you roll on the dice? 16 plus 3 is 19. That's still admirable. You still hit with the ice knife. The shattering of the knives into ice shards that fall onto the ground and make a slippery spot is, because you threw it in the air, is not as effective. So it just falls as a little splash of water on the ground a few feet away. Um, Lemilga stares at you for a moment and says, "Well, I haven't seen anything original yet. That was arguably clever to make a tiny rainfall, if that's what you were attempting. I appreciate that. It was rather costly to have to throw a gold piece away in order to have that rainfall effect trigger. So, what I would recommend is that you stop trying to do magic and just do magic. Once you've shown me that you can do magic, then we can work on your skills. But I can't allow you to look into the books of Daya until you actually become the kind of mage that you're meant to be." Does this make you sad? Okay, I'll raise your spirits. Remember what it felt like to swim in the limb and act like that. I think you'll find yourself much more liberated and closer to the very freedom you wish for others. Do you remember what happened at the lake? What happened at what happened at the lake? What was different at the lake? What did you do different? What did you do different? Oh, that's a little too wishy-washy. That's not exactly what you said. Look in the rules of a wild mage and read to me or read for yourself the section about how wild magic works. I think you're going to see that you're missing kind of one of the greatest points of wild magic. It says, for the most part, that from time to time, the game master or even the player can invoke the true nature of wild magic. You completely forgot about that, and you're a wild mage. If you don't focus on that part of it, you're not being a wild mage. You're being a spellcaster like everybody else. Especially if you spend all your time looking in the books and trying to find ways to use the spells that already exist to do the functions you want. That's not wild at all. So it not we're going to assume that you don't come to that conclusion right here. In the meta, it makes sense for you to walk away a little sad. But it literally it's going to you're going to want to spend the next, few minutes here thinking about what that's going to look like tomorrow, because you're going to come back with a different attitude. Lemelga says, I can't teach you until you get past this barrier. So go and have your feast and enjoy yourself. Relax. You've been in the cold for a long time, and we will talk tomorrow. Okay, Rocky, come in. Yes. What have you been doing since you got to town? Do you remember how that played out last week? Were there any dwarves here? I don't remember. Does anybody else remember whether there were dwarves here? Yeah, quiet, Stephen. You weren't even here, so don't even. You're trying to help him. I get it, but um. So okay. And we determined that you are Grim, right? Instead of Grund, you're a mountain dwarf instead of a hill dwarf. Okay. Um, they actually come and bring you four large, large, about the size of your fist, metal hemispheres. And on the inner side of the hemisphere, there is a conic uh, um, depression in each one of them. And inside that conic depression is a spiral metallic embossment, I guess you'd call it. So there's an embossed spiral ring inside of these conic depressions on the backs of these metal hemispheres. And they say, we realize that you were not responsible for the mechanism, but we do know that you are, at least in some fashion, responsible for these souls. Each one of these represents 8, and you may return them to your people for their and their understanding that the debt has been paid for them. Of course, you have no idea what they're talking about. They hand you these 4 pieces of metal, each one of them, like I said, about the size of your fist, so they probably weigh 2 to 3 pounds apiece. That's 8 pounds of metal that they hand you. Yeah, they're about 2 pounds apiece. It was the blackened metal from the wheel joints of the V8s. Since you haven't been raised within the grim culture, you don't know what this is about at all. But they make almost a ceremony out of it, and give off the idea that if you accomplish this, you will be considered to be a redeemer of souls. Also, they do want to kind of call all of you guys together because there's been a bit of a discovery as they were dismantling the V8. Um, what's that? Because it was a device for the tormenting of souls. It's more than that. It's a concoction, if you will, a distillation of magics from a long, long time ago. And they're, yep, that's still intact. Basic, nice, nice. No, but anyway, they basically have the reason why they're bringing you together is that it belongs to you, and they're wanting to give you back the component pieces, which are fundamentally more valuable than the actual sum of parts. Even though it can't convey you in the way that it did traditionally, there are a bunch of things here that can be used by you guys. So this belongs to you. So we've done the big part, which is releasing the souls and consecrating the materials so that it's not a danger to you any longer, that kind of thing. But we have some issues, and so we wanted to make you aware of them, and you can kind of decide what you want to do. We realize that you have come here as free peoples, and if you wish to remain here as free people, so you may. If you want to leave, of course, you can depart at any time. But we just wanted you to be aware of what you indirectly have kind of bought into by bringing us this engine of darkness in the past. Um, the first off, as you mentioned, the carapace. The crystalline nature of it is in some way associated with the prisms of old. It is not prismatic, but it was formed using the prisms. It would work as a shield, and there can be some works done on it to, for example, equip it to the outside of Heart's shield, for example. In the case of there are components that we were able to disassemble that we can now forge, if you will, into additional weaponry, arms, and such. There's a pile of maybe 40 or 50 pounds of metal that could be used to create magic items that's already in malleable form. There's also um, this. It's basically, it looks like um, a bowl with a flat bottom. The edges curl up and then go directly perpendicular, and then the surface, the top of it, if you will, is a flat um, obsidian looking material, and floating in it is it looks like a needle. It's just a small piece of metal that's floating, and it's fundamentally it's a compass. But what's interesting is that it's not a compass focused on north, it's focused on magical sources. So it will draw you, actually, let me rephrase that, spiritual sources. The V8 apparently was being used by the dwarves to hunt humans in its origin. Well, the good news is that the last users of the V8 were not these. The last people who used the V8 were the heroes of the seventh. Uh, we've ascertained it because of its location that this was indeed the last of the V8s that they had captured from the heavy metal cult and had used to travel northward looking to find the person known as Saint Nicholas. Yes, yes, he's a well, depends on who you talk to. He's either a very short elf or a very round gnome. But either which way, this Saint Nicholas fellow happened to keep maintain a herd of uh, reindeer that could be used for virtually instantaneous travel from place to place. And at the time, the heroes needed to be able to cover massive amounts of territory in short periods of time. Mm, either that or somebody got into the rotten eggnog. I didn't. How did you know that story? I never told you that the reindeer flew. How did you know that? Huh? You're saying Nicholas could travel extreme distances then, is what you're saying. Yes, but to go from our world to your world, that's an even longer trek. Well, that happened 1,500 years ago, so exactly. Well, sure. That's what I'm telling you. You kind of tell us what you want to do with it. Come up with something that comes to roughly 150 pounds of material between you. The carapace, like I said, is a single piece, and it almost conveniently fits over the outside of the shield that Hart is already carrying because it's that big door. Well, no, but the thing is that the carapace itself is mm, physically not. I mean, it's more fragile because it doesn't have the support structure. So putting it over the that's what I'm recommending. So we could back it with the metal. Sure. So I'm just saying you guys can have some feedback here because the elves are, like I said, you're considered to be the heroes, so they're willing to do whatever it takes to. Uh, I imagine they can find a little tiny piece of the carapace-like material that Peekaboo could use for a pick for her loot if she wanted it. She's busy staring at her music apparently. Yeah. Yes, you were. What? No, there is nothing. What are you talking about? There's nothing outside of the game. How could that possibly be? That's a fiction. You're making stuff up now. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No, I'm referring integral to the design of the craft was a carapace, a crystalline, the box that allows you to look at the canopy. But heart for clarification, you want to have the carapace broken into chunks and then put on the actually mounted to the your torso. Okay, but this part's going to require the fashioning by elves. The actual carapace itself, it can't be uh, a crystal kazoo. That's that's awesome. She wants a crystal kazoo. Exactly. She's working on her couplets now anyway, so she was hoping to find something to work with. So, and she could always change that up because all she does is change the adjective, because it could be the sweet peekaboo or the swift peekaboo. So, a what into a what? We're nowhere near the ocean, sir. Why would we need a ship? Oh, you'd have to talk to your elder brothers, the Primus, for that. We don't do that kind of magic. It's too dangerous to put too many elves in the same location. You don't realize this, of course, you're young, but elves historically, when they get into larger groups, are seen as a threat by others, and those who do not know us fear us, and it ends up leading to ruin. The Arius elves were the first to fall in that nature, and the Daean then were corrupted by one of your relatives known as Shadow, and so on. So elves have learned to keep their populations relatively low and to keep on the move, so they don't. The idea of building a vessel of any size would be a foolhardy and dangerous, and b counter to their culture. Well, spoken. Yeah, we haven't even talked about the magical metal. We're only talking. That was only talking about the carapace itself, the shiny crystal and stuff. Yes, that's a thing. It's already happened. Nice. Played directly into it. Well done. Well done. She's practicing her accents. That's good. Okay, so Rocky, what if you were going to have one item made for you by the elves? Now you're a dwarf, So what item would you want made by the elves if you could have it? Think about every every possible permutation. Don't just rattle off like I want a sword, but what would you want made by the elves? Yeah, the dwarf. The dwarf. What would the dwarf want? And we're listening to the sound of silence again. Rocky, Jacob, come in, Ray. He must have AFK'd. Yep. All right, we'll come back to Rocky in a bit. It's okay, Valara. What did you want? You wanting a shield as well? Is everybody wandering away, Valara? Okay, so that they will tell you if you've not worn armor before, they wouldn't recommend anything bigger than light armor until such time as you get qualified in it. 10 weeks, right? But when you did your character build, you chose no armor because you were a scout. Armor. There's no such old ways. Oh, in that case, before you think about buying armor, you might want to consider learning from the Jubilethans because they still teach the old ways. They Well, the example they bring out is a guy known as Phelan, and Phelan demonstrates with you his ability to avoid you hitting him. Literally, he hands you his sword and says, "Hit me. Come on, roll to hit. Come on, hit me, Valara." Right. So it's a palpable blow. You swung towards where he should be, and he just simply steps out of the path, just a half step back, and your blade misses by a good 3 or 4 inches. He says, "You have to try harder than that." He puts his hands behind his back as he walks back and forth in front of you. Please strike me at your best option. This time he actually does kind of a pirouette as you swing. The blade hits where it should have hit, but he's no longer there. He says, our skill is our speed, and we need not depend on paltry weaponry to. You indeed think so? Tell your friends to come with you. Please, all of you attack. Woof, here we go. All right. So out of the dice rolls, nothing below 20 will hit. So those all miss. The nat 20, which would have gotten him, he simply raises his wrist and puts his wrist up against the blade and turns it. The two 21s, basically, I imagine that'd be like your grasping arms. Grasp where he was, and he simply steps sideways, and you actually grab a shadow of him. He says, "There are exactly shake, shake, shake," and in the middle of that, a fire blast goes off right in the midst of all of those arms, as Anyway, so he still had one left, one attack left over, and so he brushes the hair out of Freya's. Combat is a myth created by those that want to hit with big sticks. The Jubileethan way is use the heart and the spirit to be where, yes, heart, to be where your opponent is not. What it conveys to is that you take your Dex modifier and you double it in armor class. Plus, you get one attack per level. So at say, this is in the meta, but as a 10th level character, you have 10 attacks. Only one of which can be at your opponent. All the rest can be used as parries or other finesse moves. So the Jubileethans are the ones that do the tango while they're fighting. So they're moving across the space and cutting flowers from the vase and putting it between their teeth and swinging on the chandelier and all of that. So it's the style class kind of fighting. They never actually intend to harm anybody with their blades unless they absolutely have to. Of course, when it comes to that, they are known for being a little bit on the shady side because they will use poisons. But they're such a specialty or elite class that very few players get to play them as a class. So Peekaboo's already been introduced to their possible numbers, and they are also willing to offer it to Valara because she's already got the lithe physical build, and she probably has pretty good, I imagine as a scout she has pretty good dexterity. So what is your current... Well, it's remember you have to think of it the way that a human would, and that is it's the best. You are as fast as you can possibly be, given what you know. So we are actually talking about learning beyond what you know. So if you would join our numbers, we can introduce you to how to take your dexterity and give yourself advantages and... Well, that's what I'm suggesting is if you want, we can have armor made for you, and you will not be given this opportunity. If you wish to stay with the armorless style, we will definitely teach you. Because you are asking about not knowing where you belong, they're actually offering to make you one of them. Okay, then in that case, we'll make you armor. Yes, yes. Bless your heart for considering your options. Just realize that you have been offered an opportunity to join a very elite group, and it is your decision that will choose whether that path occurs or not. Do not look upon the Eldrin as an enemy that is trying to usurp you. Look at us as the family that you no longer have. But it's your choice. But if we decide to embark on creating you the armor, this option will be withdrawn because we do not offer this to those that hide behind metal armor. So don't think about it for now. Just continue to enjoy your party, but just be aware that you've been saying you're looking for a place to belong, and here's your chance to belong. If you choose it not, it's not our fault. Is what they're... I'm not asking she. I'm asking you. This is them in character asking you. Sure. Right. No. Go well. Okay. There's It's her choice. No big deal. Well, you got to it's they are clarifying that it is a package deal. You either become one of us or you don't. It's not that you're going to learn this as a school. It's not like that for them. This is a lifestyle. This is the path of the gypsy, the path of the Jubileethan, those that walk in joy. That's that's where the word Jubileethan comes from. Is the idea of being the joy walkers. They don't have the burdens of culture or society. They walk the world. They travel by wagon. Well, they're all veils. That's really weird. Is there are red veil Jubileethans. So they yes, it makes them really fun to role play. They're the ones. If you've seen people do flamenco dance, that severe stomp the foot and know exactly where your feet are gonna go, that's a control freak Jubileethan. Their music's got that Spanish flamenco sound, 12-string guitars and all of that. And they would of course willingly add a crystal kazoo as well, just because that is a very clever instrument for a bard. So the air around you becomes your shield. Everything in existence it becomes your tool. Matter of fact, somebody else's shield becomes your shield because you spin within their defenses to allow for them their defense to protect you. But these are all new attributes that you collect over the years of being a Jubileethan. Mm-hmm. Well, I could even see her fighting with just using the castanets and blocking with those, catching blades on the castanet tips. Good. That's all I ask. We are a patient people. We're elves. We've been here for a long time. So, uh, well, death is not unknown to us, but it happens when it occurs. It's not often. You like that? It originally began. Yeah. Yes. And to Steve Martin fans, I was born a poor black child, but that's a completely different issue. But yeah, so as far as how long we live, that's a good thing, a good question to ask. One of our oldest is Lemaga, and Lemaga is over 1,300 years old. He lived in the shadows of the Revening. So yeah. So they laugh. They laugh. They go, you're immortal, are you not?" How long do you want to live? What is the quote from your ancestor? Do you want to live forever? That's a curious thing to say. What is this word planet? I see. I thought the little planets were plantains. No. What? You mean Nimbus? Yeah. What about Nimbus? Well, yes. Is it? It passes from side to side, and some every once in a while it'll get brighter or dimmer based on where Helios is. But you okay? A ball of energy is shed light. They're called a fireball. An ever burning fireball. This is where you're from. Helios is not our sun. Nimbus is our sun. Yes, perhaps if we stay family long enough. Bohemian. What species is Bohemian? I know of Tarmakians and I know of the Pongids, but I've never heard of Bohemian. Well, this is we're burning off some of the time it's taking for you to make a sword. That's all this really is that and making all this specific equipment that people wanted. Rocky hasn't answered the question yet, so we're waiting for Rocky to come back. But you haven't been listening because I said I needed to know what Rocky would want if he was going to have one thing made for him by the elves. Knowing everything that you know about the elvish culture, which isn't going to be a lot, but what do you think the elves should make for you? Yeah, be cautious about deciding, but let me know what it is you want made. Peekaboo, for example, had a kazoo. Heart is having a shield made, and I mean, and making having armament made. Yeah. What? Yes, your puppet rat. Uh huh. A puppet pet made for magic. Do you mind that it's actually not made by the elves? Because I'll be honest with you, the Inundaran people, as the elf culture, are okay with you personally, but they also fear giving you magic power because of the past that the Dea, the mistakes they made. So they'd like to offer you something that was made by the gnomes. Would you be okay with that gift? Look looks cool. Well, this is 12 inches tall. It's made out of brass, copper, and tungsten. It's uh, it's called. Well, actually, it looks like mm, a tin soldier, and his name is Lorathal. So he is a Lorathal doll, but he's a Nimblewright. He's an automated machine. You have to power him with magic, so you have to dedicate what level of magic you're going to convey to it once per day. So you can give it, as a sorcerer, you could give it whatever number of spell points that you want, up to whatever your max is for the level that you can cast at the time. You knew where this was going, didn't you? Well, it's particularly the reason why it's called the Lorethal doll is there's a product series that came out that they're selling through the stores that I see at Amazon every day called LOL, LOL. So there's LOL spheres called LOL balls, and then there's now Barbie-like dolls. So they're now the LOL dolls. And so I thought that's perfect. We'll have a Lorethal LOL doll. And so you have a nimble right. It's literally wind up. So if you do nothing else but wind it up, it will follow you. And the one winding it up once per day will keep it running for the whole day, as far as it following you. But it won't do anything else. But if you convey to it magic, it can do other things. And you don't know what all it can do because you're a wild mage. So that's what they're going to give you as your gift for being the champion. Ask us that when you're above 5th level and you're powering the sucker. Then you'll ask whether or not it's a good thing. Let him think about that. Yes. Yep. Yep. Okay. So for clarification, I made this stipulation. You are a dwarf. A weapon made by the elves is not going to be a dwarvish weapon. An elvish hammer is not going to be anything like a dwarven hammer. So I would highly recommend that you don't ask for something that the dwarves would be good at, but that the elves are probably not good at. Sure. Or arrows. Since he's already got the bow and the crossbow, he could have specific ammunition made. Or he could ask for um, a lot. They're really good with making stealth materials, so like a cloak of the elven kind or rope of the elven kind, things like this that are targetable from the elves to give you. Asking for them to make you a weapon of their style is like you're insulting the elves. Okay, so it's either or. Which do you prefer? Okay, they will make you crossbow arrows, and one of them will be an arrow of seeking. What creature would you want the ability to basically insta kill? You get one. Yes. You aim the bow at your enemy. You fire it. If it is the right kind, the arrow will follow them until it hits them, no matter what they do. Even if they hide around a corner, it will follow them around the corner. Sure. You want an arrow of undead seeing? That seeking, that is the one arrow of seeking that you get. You'll also get 3 plus 2 arrows and 8, I'm sorry, 7 plus 1 arrows. Why don't you write down what you remember and then ask? Because you need to we need you to develop an improved memory, and if you do that, it's by you remembering stuff and then saying, "I did. Well, here's what I have. What did I miss?" But when you always ask me to repeat it, that's not fair because it means that I'm having to say things twice, and you should be able to catch some of it at least. I would think. 7 plus 1 arrows and 3 plus 2s and there you go. I didn't even have to ask me. Good job. Much better. Yay. So Peekaboo and the kazoo, Rocky and the crossbow, Valara and she hasn't decided which course she wants to take. Hart and his new skin, and Freya and her little friend, her new friend. The what? Oh, um, yeah, yeah, exactly. I'll tell you what. If you will fill this vial with the unrequited love of an orphan, we'll trade. How's that for psycho? Uh, then, then they will give you the hug of a mother's love. But it's you talk about an emotional scene as each okay as each woman in the entire village who has been or is in the state of motherhood will come and hug you individually. When they are done, you can never claim the tears of an orphan again. So you are no longer an orphan. You are now a child of Inandara. Yep. So you're you now are even though you were born Dayan elf, you are now in an Andran elf. All right. Among our people, you are in Andran. All righty. So the only person that's a holdout now is Valara. Did you wish to join the Jubileethan Order, or do you want us to make you a suit of armor? All right. What style? Up to medium, because as a fighter, oh no, a fighter can go all the way to heavy. What armor would you like? No, 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 no. What I was talking about was in their culture. You don't have to go there. You as a fighter, by definition, can use and your character build grants you all the way up to heavy armor, if I remember correctly. So, what armor type? Well, you don't. Okay, so you using the heavier armor doesn't deprive you of your dex modifier in attack. All it does is it makes it so you no longer get the dex modifier to your defense. All all the way to the heavy. All right. So change shirt. Elven change shirt. It's not mithril. They're not making it out of any specific. I didn't say that. I said change shirt. You're wanting a full chain suit because okay, you have a full suit of chainmail armor. It's master crafted. That allows it to be conveyed the defense against magical attacks up to the first engagement. After that, it has to be uh, repaired basically, but it'll still act as regular defensive armor thereafter. But in the master crafting, it actually weaves in some of the elvish magic naturally. It's not actually that the metal itself is magical. She wants that means the hauberk and the greaves and everything made out of chain, like a. Hang on, let me go see if I can find a. I'll see if I can find a picture. Just a second. No, it's like a skirt. Well, it's yeah, but it wears like chaps. It wears like chaps. Okay, so armory replicas medieval battle ready is called chauses, chainmail leggings. Chausses. They wear like chaps. You wear them in a belt around your waist, and then the leggings have little hooks on the back that attach them around each individual leg. But they don't. That the chain doesn't come any higher than about mid thigh because otherwise it would be chafing like hell. So then you wear thick corduroy or canvas pants underneath it so that they don't rub together. Yeah, that's the long shirt. That's okay. It's a fantasy realm, so it's okay. I was just a second here. I was gonna put the image into the chat. There's a breastplate is not in chainmail. Breastplate is plate armor. What is its stoppage power? It changes your armor class up one level for the chest. It's like wearing a shield over your chest. Yes. I, I, let me double check that. I don't have the rules right in front of me. I'm handling something else real quick here first. Yeah. Yeah, so it gives us. It grants the dex. So that's if your armor class of 16 it gives you 4, right? Because normal defense is okay. I just set an image for the leggings from Amazon. Not that that's a credible source for historical reality, but nonetheless, from a fantastic standpoint, if she's looking for leggings, they are possible. They'll make them for her. Yeah, you could go all the way to plate if you really are looking for maximum defense. That gives you what, an 18, and right, no more dex modifier. You just get the straight 18 instead. Well, six. No, Peekaboo read it from the rules said that it does give armor. It does give just for the shirt. Right, right. Okay, right. So you're going. So you got 18, and if you're going to go with the shield, you'll get 19 because the shield adds one. But it's only in cases where the shield is applicable. So back attacks and surprise don't get that. Okay, so you have yep. Okay, there you go. Alrighty, they make it they make it as Phil agreed and Eldrin. It'll look very Eldrin, the pointy helmet and all of that. That would be her choice. The metal as they work it would end up having kind of a bluish or greenish tint to the metal. Hmm. Okay. Nope, you don't. By what you read in the rules, you're able to use the armor as proficient as a human fighter. There's no requirement to learn its use. Yes, and in story you can definitely be practicing and trying. I can imagine you like running forward in this armor and then like tucking and rolling and trying to do all the things you could do without that you find you won't be able to do. You find yourself face down in the dirt more often than not because this armor's not made to do those kind of stealthy maneuvers that you were trained in. But not right. Yeah. Clearly not. That's what 55 pounds of metal you're wearing now. 65 pounds of metal and the shield. Oh, that's true. No, I'm not saying that you're not physically capable of it. I just mean you're going to move differently. It's not so bad. Yeah, I've seen the video that you showed about the guy in plate mail leaping fences and such. Oh, and peekaboo. Yes. Have you got your first couplet for the day, for the session? Cause I have the first gift to give you once you're ready. Okay, keep working on it, and when you have it, then we'll have our first trade of technology. Two lines of at least 5 words that end in a rhyme. It's got to make sense. What you're building is you're building the ode of Pickaboo. This you're writing your story. So Travis gave you kind of the original hint. We said once upon there was a peekaboo who had a crystalline kazoo or whatever. So or it can be, or it can be from last week. I don't care. You can yeah, if you want. It doesn't have to. Mm. It did reliquary legendary ish. ARY was at the end of both. All right. So over the next couple of days, they get your gear together, your different bits. Um, the little Lorithal, by the way, visually what it looks like is a little tin soldier with it's been hand painted, so it's got a little flesh-colored face and a red robe with a with tails like a coat tails, red trousers, uh, black boots that end with a curl. Um, there are spots on the back of the uniform, and it looks kind of like a soldier uniform, where it looks like flaps are actually cut or painted into the armor right at the shoulder blades as if hoping one day to grow wings. It, you don't know this much about Lorithal, but the legend is that he was dragon blooded and was hoping to someday become a dragon himself. And so pointy boots, red jacket. He also has a um, mustache and beard painted on, so it looks close crop because it's just down to the bottom of his chin, and a skull cap over the back of his head, kind of like the shiny skull cap of uh, Merlin from Excalibur. So that's the only part of him that actually looks the metal that he is. Whenever its little mouth opens, you'll see Gearworks inside, and the whole time he's wound up, he ticks like a clock, loud, like a think the crocodile in Peter Pan, loud. Yeah, yeah. Well, okay, so yeah, this one wasn't made. This one they actually just dug out and dusted off and cleaned. So you right, I got you. I got you. Um, Valara, while you're waiting for the armor, anything in particular you want, anything you want to do in between? Oh, that's pretty funny. Yeah, you go to talk to one of the elf warriors and say, "If I make you tired, let me know, and I'll go on to another soldier." They kind of look down at you with an eyebrow raised, kind of like the Vulcans looking at human, and go, "Okay, we'll see about this." So you're not going to tire them. Well, but why would you say that then? I'm just curious. Why? I get the impression. I right. I get that, but all I'm referring to is that I hear in Valara that level of arrogance that she really does think that the elves can't keep up with her. I so I could see you actually saying it at some point, not necessarily. Okay, so just yeah. So clarification for Peekaboo in the future: you only have to have it rhyme once in a couplet. I got what you did here, which is you made two different couplets, basically. That's fine. We will consider that to have been done. And so what they provide you with is the ability to counter a cantrip. Yes, you can chirp. There's a cantrip counter with her kazoo. Her crystalline kazoo can her crystalline kazoo can counter cantrips. Only one per day, but it kind of gums up the works, and you actually have to clean it because it requires some phlegm to get. It's like you have to do a raspberry sound into the kazoo. So it's it's rough to do, but it's at least something you can do if you have to. So you can counter a cantrip with your crystalline kazoo. 12 words. Okay. Yeah. 12 or more. You're fine. You're good. No, no. It's poetry. I'm helping you learn poetry. That's all. Well, there are a bunch of rules when you get down to it. One of the most famous is right the sonnet, which is iambic pentameter, but that's not the only form. There are so many different ones. Hmm. Yep. Good. Good. Hey. If this gets blood, sweat, and tears out of Peekaboo, then I'm doing my job. That's good. It'd be great. Matter of fact, make a gif of it with a little tears of blood running down her cheeks. That'd be great. Copyright infringement. Well, just make your version. I've seen your drawings are just as cute. Or just take one of the gifs of somebody who's crying and just make it so the teardrops are red. That'd be great too. Like that famous one where she turns her head up, and the tears are shooting out. That'd be funny. Exactly. All right, so the arrows are presented to the dwarf. The kazoo is presented to Peekaboo. The close this out here. Tink. Exactly. Freya gets her lol doll, her Lorathal lol doll. Heart, all the all those places where we had the insert panels, the smooth plastic panels have now been replaced with the. I imagine the carapace. You're not going to like this because it has a orange yellow cast to it. Sure. There you go. Yeah, that's very funny. Heart's birthstone is gold. That's awesome. Well, it is a stone. It gets forged, but it's a stone. And Valara gets her full suit of armor. Oh, okay. So yeah, matter of fact, if you mention it to them, they'll actually, you know how elves love to make those masks. They'll make you one of those ceramic. It'd be oversized to fit on your large frame, but give you a human mask to put over your eye so that you could the eyes the human eyes. Right. Yeah. And as a matter of fact, we'll even go one step further and make it so you can articulate the jaw so it can open or close. Uh, yeah, right. Well, it makes you look like an anime because you're talking and the words don't match. This is not written for the right language. That's very funny. These are the Inandara. These are after Ray did her wonderful thing and unified all the races. This is what the yeah, sure. Oh, nice. Yeah, they'd actually the Eldrin children would probably create help you create that. That'd be pretty cool. Okay, great, great, great. Not only that, you probably convinced Valar to bring you like 3 or 4 cases of Vans, right? So they all have the right shoes. Vcon, yeah, or whatever. Volcom. There we go. Nice. Yeah, we can blame the halflings for bringing back shoes. That's hysterical. Other worlds, they don't wear any. Here, they only wear branded kicks. Yeah, that's very funny. Right, you have the highest brand of those. I remember that. Yes, nice. Wearing those over her chain, under her chainmail leggings. It'll chaff the crap out of that snakeskin protection. Who cares? All right. Well, you missed out on the really cool part that I quoted to you, but you weren't here for it. So I went through the full description of what the Lorithal doll looked at, and I realized you weren't there. It sucked. I didn't see any hold on. I don't recall that. So anyway, it's looks like your typical Nutcracker style soldier, but it's wearing it's dressed in a red robe, so it goes down with tails like like the coat tails of a suit of like the right. And he's also wearing boots, but the boots have curly toes on the front with little bells on the toes. So when it walks, it makes this little ringing sound. And it's got a close cut black beard and little tiny mustache, and its entire head is covered with a silver uh, skull cap. So that's the only part where you actually see the metal of which it is made. If it ever is articulated to speak, you'll see the gearworks inside of it because its mouth it just opens onto the metal workings inside, and it constantly ticks like a giant clock. So after you wind it up, you will hear it tick, 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 tick loudly. It's not like you can hide that sound. Because you have to learn magics to protect it. Right. Or you can use it as a distraction. And the one thing that Lemogob would also warn you is that be careful when you get above fifth level casting spells into it because Nimblewrights tend to develop a mind of their own. You might want to write that down because that was a warning from the guy who's giving it to you. I said that totally sounded like a movie quote. And if I only knew the source, I might have given a BP for that because that clearly was one taken out of context. So I will go ahead and grant you the BP, even though I don't even know the source there, Peekaboo. I know. Got one for one of your own references. Holy moly. Maybe I'm changing in my old age. In my ancient times. Be careful or I might tell you to get off my lawn. So alrighty. So now you've received your gifts and they have another festival because they have um, given their first blessing to Peekaboo for learning her first couplet. So, if you would please share your couplet and tell your friends about the award you received. And what did you receive? No, it's the kazoo you got as a gift. The countering cantrips ability. That's what they taught you. Because each time you give us a couplet of your history, we're going to give you a new skill. Yeah, actually, in her case, it sounds oddly like a raspberry. That's why it fills her kazoo with phlegm, is that she has to then clean it out to be able to do it again. Shh, quiet you. Just takes one loogie over the top though, because that'll plug it right up. The Beavis and Butthead kazoo of doom. Alrighty. So it what? Where did she get the knight from? It wasn't. The night before what? What was she a night before? You're using relativism on the creatures that have no concept of relativism. So when you speak of the night before, they assume that she went to go get some knight to do something. What's he here for? Exactly. Well, that's silly because nobody can outrun light. What does that mean? Huh? 1/49th of a hex? Is that what you mean? Around this world, it's well, okay. Then why can't I see cryopathia from Selk? We're tapping out. We're tapping out. That's enough of the systemic humor. All right. Yeah, because I would have been looking out over the ocean. I can see why he tapped out right there. So, all right. So you've gotten your rewards, and you're getting regulated to the local sleep cycle, and it's amazing actually waking up in the morning warm enough to not need your covers. So Freya's like really pleased because she hasn't had her covers since they. Oh yeah. Hmm. Yes. Nimbus energy. Oh, and that just explained to me why they're called nimble rights because they collect their energy from Nimbus as well. It worked yesterday, right? That other soldier was able to protect himself. Yeah, but she can't lift. Well, go ahead and make your 6 attacks like yesterday. Let's just see how this goes. Right. That'll miss her because she's tough enough. She can handle the 13. Miss, miss, miss. Oh, that's right. That's right. Miss. Wow. You're taking it easy on her. Oh yeah. So two blows will actually land. Uh, right. So instead of 4 successful hits, you get two. Um, since you're not rolling two for lethal, go ahead and roll hit points just to see how much we would have done towards knocking her out. D4 and a D8. Right, right. But I'm just the reason why I'm saying a D4 and a D8 is that part of it is not even you. It's that she can't necessarily move in away from the blow as much as you would like her to. Ah, right. So 14. 14 hit points of damage. Good point. Roll a D20. No, it wouldn't matter. You wait. Yeah, I was hoping for the one. If you rolled a one, then it would have been kill all humans, kill all enemies. but it didn't happen. Yeah. Okay, so you come back to the teacher. Lemaga is sunning himself in the afternoon, looking into the heavens at Nimbus. Exactly. So you say, "I've got it, I've got it." And he says, show me what you intend," and you're going to. Okay, so we're invoking the wild magic. Roll percentage dice. What'd you roll? Trombones led the big parade. Yep. You say you invoke the magic, and what comes out is that wonderful sound that a trombone makes when you failed. Burp. Yeah. He goes, "Well, that was something. That was something. Keep working on it. What was that attempt? What was that? What were you trying to do? Oh, you want to try to turn into a bird? Don't try to turn into a bird. Turn into a bird like this." And he points his finger at you. Charisma save. DC 20. Plus 1, because you're 12. Plus 2 is 3. So 3 plus this, plus the 6 is. What? No, it won't. You rolled a. You rolled a what? 13 plus. No. Plus 2 plus 1 is 17, right? Against a 20. Yes. So immediately you are now in the form of an emperor penguin. You have this sudden desire for kipper, and it's awfully hot here. What's that? You're gonna dance? Okay, do some happy feet. Go ahead, make your deck save to happy feet. Sounds good. Sounds like a fun movie. What'd you roll? Nice. So he falls over, and you're flopping around on the ground. And then my God leans down really close and says, "Will you stop screwing around and actually try to show me something magical?" And he claps his hands. And as he claps his hands and turns around to sit down, you transfer back to yourself. Get up off the ground. Come on, come on, come on. Show me something. Okay, I'll give you a hint. You're a creature of charisma, right? So for your magic to work effectively, you need to create a verbal picture, a word picture that describes what it is you're trying to do. The more precise you can be in as limited vocabulary as possible, the more likely it will work. For example, if I spoke a word, I could be a hummingbird. and boom, he's a tiny little hummingbird flitting around your face, sticking his little tongue out and flicking it at your nose. And then his little wings fold together, and as he folds his wings back together, he reappears. Your turn. Roll percentage dice. 67. Roll a d20. Well, as they say, a friend is the person that helps you hide the bodies. A real friend is the one that I said that wrong. The one that is your friend helps you commit the crime. The one that is your true friend hides the body. Uh, so what'd you roll on the 20? You rolled a 20 on the 20? Okay. For half a second, you're a large greenish loogie on the floor. He goes, "Oh, I see. Going for a hawk. That's a good one." Put you back to your regular form. I want to hear intention in your inflection. I want to hear the. He's like trying to pull the words out of you. Okay, go for it. Yeah, you felt that struggle, but you also see him. He falls on the ground, and he's this misshapen group of feathers. And at half a second, it looks like it might be becoming a flamingo, and then a little bit of it looks like it might be turning into a vulture, and then finally, there's an eagle standing there on its tiny feet. It's almost half as tall as he was as an elf. So that. Oh yeah, right, with a grumpy face. He goes, "That's marvelous. That's really marvelous. Demonstrate. Show me." Yes. Yes. And he flaps and flaps and tries to fly until he smashes into a couple of trees and a bush down the ways. Flight is a different magical skill, unfortunately. You don't get that at this low level. But that's a very good looking bird. That's a very, very pretty eagle. So I applaud you for finally succeeding on getting into the form. He says, "But I think that for your own benefit, you probably need to get back out of the form yourself. I'm not going to help you with that." You go to snap your fingers and there's just feathers. Nothing happens. Your heels? You mean your tail? Your aft claw? Because the way they have is that thumb-like claw for. Yes, he's got to lean forward to do that. Make a dex save. That would have been fun. 4. You fall flat on your face because you go up on your claws like that, and it's not the way birds walk. So you plummet face down in the dirt again. Lemmelguy laughs a little bit, pats you on the little shoulder as you're struggling to get back to your feet, and he says, "I will see you again for tomorrow's class. Good job. Good job." You're, of course, you'll screech like an eagle. So you're gonna walk into town as a bird. About, yeah, exactly, ska. About halfway through town, you see an elf butcher, and he pulls up his big cleaver and smiles. Yeah, so I can see you running down, trotting down the main street of town, trying to get airborne. I want to fly. I want to fly. I want to fly. As this guy's chasing him with this axe, with this meat cleaver. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can see it. He's making a big noise of it as he's screeching like hell, trying not to get chopped up by this butcher. Okay, now in context, you're going to scoop up a full-size eagle that doesn't seem to be able to fly. You're in armor. Okay, so you're going to grab this bird. You don't recognize the person grabbing you with at this point because you're panicking, running from one elf, and an elf in full plate armor scoops you off the ground. Wings flapping. Ska. Peekaboo's got it down. Ska. So, so you've got this monstrous bird. You're going to try to. Okay, so this monstrous. Okay, so she's attempting to grapple. So roll to hit to grapple, Gene. Yeah, he contested with the 10, so he fails. So you'll be able to literally clip his wings to his body. So you're holding him around the torso and the wings. The butcher comes up and goes, "Oh, fair cop. I'll give you half the meat." Well, it's obviously ill. Normally, when the animals in the wilderness feel their deaths coming on, they come to the elves for compassionate kills, so that they get to die with dignity. The bird is shaking its head. Well, it's definitely a bird, but if it's communicating with you, it's some woodlands magic. More than likely a gnome playing some kind of a. Well, sure. What are you gonna try? Roll a percentage dice first. Yeah, this is gonna be great. Roll percentage dice first. Yeah. Weird thing is that while the bird is squawking, its saliva turns multiple colors and drips out of its beak. Different colors of reds and greens and yellows from its mouth. Yeah, the butcher goes, "Oh, yeah, I can't help, I can't take it. It's yours. Help yourself." The colors are too bright. It actually looks like magic influence, and that sounds like something the gnomes would do. They're not known for being particularly conscientious about their magics these days. The elf laughs at you, pats you on the shoulder, because you're wearing the elven armor, and doesn't really realize you're not an elf. So pats you on the shoulder and walks back off, leaving you with the bird. You wait, you're serious? You don't know about the gnomes? Well, stay away from them. Their magics are dangerous. Oh, really? So there are gnomes beyond. You say your world. Wait a second. You're confusing me again. Your world. What are you talking about? There. The individuals don't, and even if they did, their attitude towards others isn't the problem. It's just that you keep pushing in the face that you're not from here. You're from another world, which is blowing their minds because there is no other world. They don't know what you mean by that. Oh, there aren't any gnomes from here. This is in Andara. We have some that visit from time to time, and we have emissaries, of course, from the different governments. But we don't actually have any indigenous gnomish population. We couldn't handle it. It would drive us crazy. Okay, well, take away that bird too, because there's something wrong with it. The bird starts squawking again. Bird's now squawking. Rah, rah, rah. Okay. Ro- Go ahead and roll percentage again, because he was pretty specific there, asking for the red hair and stuff. Yes, he now looks like a an eagle that's wearing the feathered plumage of Woody the Woodpecker. Be- beautiful red head, green eyes, uh, yellow beak. Go ahead. Anyway, as you're carrying the bird like out of camp to try to figure out what to do with it, go ahead and roll again, Stephen. 15. The weight distributes weird in your arms, Valara, and you are holding the um, collapsed and almost fetal form of Freya in your arms. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yes. Uh, no, but her toes are knobby like an eagle's toes for a little while. Your toes, instead of being straight out like they're supposed to be, are splayed like this, and they've got little knots on them, like the knots of an eagle's feet. Like the yeah, it wasn't a complete transition. He did. You're going to. Declare turning into a Maltese Falcon now? Okay, go ahead. Roll percentage dice. 38. Mm, your joints start to feel stiff and it scares you enough that you stop. Oh, yeah. You almost made yourself one just now. That was good. That would have sucked. Oh, it went well. The first you had to practice on a couple other pieces, but you'd already done some work back in the with um, the Fargo people, so yeah, you're able to do an admirable job emulating what you wanted the weapon to look like. And right, yep, yep, got it. Yes. So he's now ready to present you with the sword. Hmm. Did you now is as the creator you name the weapon? So what did you name it? You want to take a couple of minutes to come up with a name? That's fine too. So, yeah, you might want to do that. But you can give it to her and describe it to her and all of that. I just clarifying that you will give it. Okay, nice. And now you have a sword that's your truck. There we go. Hey, and you've used your truck in martial combat. We already know that. So she smacked somebody with her truck already. So wasn't intentional. She was on her way to one of she was on her way to one of my games and ran a light, smacked somebody. No, he's trying to explain. Yeah, because of the fact that he hasn't realized it yet, but he invoked wild magic already, and it hasn't worn off yet. So he's going to try to explain it to you, but as he does so, it's going to trigger. So go ahead and get ready to roll your percentage dice, but go to describe it to her. Okay, go ahead and roll percentage dice now. 12.5-meter wingspan. Okay. Shh, quiet, quiet, quiet. Let him roll his percentage dice now. Go ahead and roll percentage dice. Just roll the dice. 15%. Nice. He has become a god awfully large toucan. So it's a black beak with yellow stripes, 20, 52, a 25-foot wingspan. Exactly. Brilliant plumage, lovely long tail. It's a very beautiful. It's no, it's more like he turns and looks at the chef, and the chef takes one look at it and does the Count Rugen and starts running from him. It's like, oh shit! Yeah, exactly. Hides inside the building. And notice something really funny. One thing to really notice is that you're really huge and she's shouting at you. You're standing right beside her as this monstrous bird, and she's not talking in a normal voice. She's shouting up at you, like she doesn't think you can hear from up at that elevation. Oh, there's just a second. There's a little pool over there on the side. Remember they had that viewing pool. Okay, go ahead and look into it and roll a D saving throw wisdom 15. Okay. You happen to catch your own reflection even as some other vision is playing out in the pool, but you are fortunately enough to be focused on seeing yourself, and so you're able to revert down to your own shape again. Oh, and the trees all over the place. Lots and lots of little birds. Charisma? Make a charisma save. Yeah, well, as you say that, probably 75 birds come down and land on you. Unfortunately, well, let me finish. You get ahead of me. You're way ahead of me. But as they're so excited by your call and that charisma check, they do excrete all over you before they flutter away. Now he has white stripe. It's getting worse. He's ju- jumping into a viewing pool. All right. Go ahead and make a wisdom save again. You might have wanted to ask that before you went and jumped in it. It is water. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, what is he doing right now? Is he's sitting in the pool, pouring water over his own head, just sitting there in a in a like a trance-like state, just pouring the water over and over himself. Yes, he already was his human form, but he was covered with bird poo. Well, he's he's clean. You helped him get out of the pool, but the one thing to realize is that while you were in the pool, you were seeing uh, members of the Kith being brought down by goblins. Oh yeah, you're right. No, I said that wrong. Yeah, not the kittens, the bears. Well, remember visions are always things that might be. So, but anyway, he comes. That might may yet still come to pass. Exactly. Okay. Well, first of all, before you get to that point, you're sitting in the pool, pouring water over your head. You got brought out of it by your friend, who helps you out of the water. So telling somebody about it, you might want to tell the party before you go running off to tell an NPC, because they might have a different attitude about it. Especially since they also have an association with the people of the North. Don't say you're going to tell. You're there. Tell her. Kith and kindred. His family. No, her family, I should say. Freya's family. Freya's family. Right, because you've now taken away the. You don't know. You don't know how far away the. You know that the blend that you passed through was miles and miles and miles and miles of blend skirmish lines. So you don't even know where the main body is. But yeah, this is a bad omen, but it's not saying you have to go there. It's letting you know. I don't know. Can birds fly? Yeah, but you need the party to know, and you need to share this with everybody before you make any decisions. That sounds like a plan. And and sunflowers, and of course Freya starts going, and sunflower seeds and poppy seeds and maybe some grasshoppers and maybe some. Oh, you've been three different kinds of birds today. You've been three kinds of birds today, so I'm just imagining all the different kinds of bird seeds you'd be wanting to eat, and some raw meat. Well, yeah, there you go. A multi-grain bagel with lox, because that way you get the fish for your eagle. Rocky's practicing his bow, using his new crossbow arrows, checking things out. Peek, I imagine Peekaboo running around just trying to catch people doing cantrips so she can knock one out just to practice. Yeah, clean, 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 clean. Pika Peekaboo, where are you? We need some help from you now. What have you done? Uh, you found you found a family. You found friends. That's what Peekaboo always wanted. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm. Ah. Okay. So in researching the concepts of what you call memory magic, you do find that historically only one group actively pursued that, and that was the Dayan elves themselves because they were being blamed for things that they didn't remember doing. And so they were constantly trying to find ways to validate their claims to not being involved with the uh, Ixal, despite the clear evidence that they had joined forces with them. Sure. No, because he's teaching you how to cast magic like they cast magic. He's not teaching you their history. Matter of fact, he's trying everything he can to keep you from asking too many questions about the Dayan's background because he doesn't want you pursuing. He thinks that you will lead yourself down that same path if you're given the opportunity. So he's trying to keep you from that awareness. He thinks he's helping you. So they do reveal to you the story that. Okay, because wild magic's still in place, roll a d20. That's a d20. He is so impassioned in telling the story that he actually creates, if you will, a visual image so you actually get to see the same thing he saw as the little Urson cubs are being swept up by the goblins and they're literally pulling them apart laughing. Nice. Yeah, where is Lisa? But wait a minute, we can't say that. We can only say Pika Pika Boo, where are you? I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I can't help myself. It's broken. Right. We haven't decided yet what we're going to do. Yeah, remember he mentioned the poem and how it translated to Solfae? I know you guys talked about it. Forces to bear. Sorry. Yes. Yes, I was. Focus. Focus, Freya. Focus. Yep. They were facing north. They were going north. Not coming from the north. Well, the elves here are communal in nature. There hasn't been one particular person that's been overseeing you. As a matter of fact, you guys were pretty much once you were brought into town and acknowledged as the champions, they've pretty much let you have the run of the place. So no one's been being an overseer to you at this moment. Or do you want to finish your conversation about what you guys want to do first? Because you guys keep doing this where you're starting to have a conversation about what you're going to do, and then you guys switch gears and go chasing something. My recommendation is that you work through what it is you're collectively going to do, and then we go find people that can help you with the accomplishment of those things you want to do. Does that make sense? Right. Right. What you guys were able to do in a matter of days would take months without the VA. Yeah, it seemed like there was, but I don't know. I don't know that you discovered that. I think you were still plowing away at that. So it may be that we need to. Yeah, I remember. Yes. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice if there was some heroic force that would come to the rescue of the rest of the world? Yeah, that would be. Oh, a Deus Ex Machina? You want? Oh yeah, that'd be useful. Sure. Yep. Yeah, yeah. Your adoptive father was an Ursine. Yes. That quite possibly could be one alternative. Yes. You could make that as an attempt. It might be costly because that's a huge distance to cover the message with. That is true. And that apparently had no range requirements because it was a that was moot magic. That was tribal only if you're going to be considering him to be a possession. But you might be onto something. That might be one way of doing it. It would be a huge sacrifice on your part because you would be intentionally breaking your oath to not steal, specifically for the greater good of getting an opportunity to tell them what's coming. But it would also put you at extreme range from your group, and you'd be alone out there. And if you happen to not get into contact with your own tribe, you could be in real trouble. It's a huge personal sacrifice to attempt. That I'm just being putting it out there. So you see that. Yep. So that's a possibility. That is well, okay. So you would just start stacking up all the things you could do because that's one. No, that's not goblins. That's the gnomes. Yep. No, okay, we're talking about not talking about breaking up into to do specific things yet. He's just wanting to know whether he should loop him in and from an information standpoint. I wouldn't until you have a clear message of what it is you're wanting to convey because you don't want. Remember, he's wanting to see how focused you can become on becoming who you are. He doesn't want you to get lost in the. He's think about it. You're asking to do the Luke Skywalker. Yoda, I must go to my friends. Right? What was Yoda's response? Completed your training, have you not? Yep. Well, you're asking what others can do, but I'm talking about think about what it is that you have capable that you're going to want to do. Except he's traveling back into areas that's still dark. That's true. Well, that's spoken by the woman who can't believe that such magic would exist anyway. Wishes, that's Aladdin and the lamp kind of stuff. Nobody really believes in wishes. She goes, I can't even remember my, I can't, she can't even remember her own history. So you're expecting her to think of how to fix the world? That's all I got. There were Jubileethans at the uh, at Anchorage. Yep. You having fun with that word, Jubileethan? Yeah. Think of Jubilee, Than, Jubileethan. Jubileethan magic, da 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 da. Yep. Ooh. Yep. Wow. The one person in the group that wouldn't think of anything of a magical nature is the one that came up with that. Right. Mm, good point. Yes. Yeah. The good that don't sound like the good guys. Yeah, we know. No, we don't know. We never know. Right, but the Eldrin here called you the heroes. Gloom. Gloom. Right. Or magic. Somebody was sitting getting a vision through sitting in a lake of water. Yeah, I don't know anybody that's done that. That never happens. Yep. Oh, which reminds me, that explains a lot. Um, I do. Yeah, you're in the aftermath of your little series of visions there. You'll come to, and a dwarf will be like 2 inches from your face. A dwarf staring at you intently. He smells bad. He smells like body odor and corn chips. You wave your hands at him like you're going to cast a spell, and he shrugs, moves his hands. Um, Roll percentage dice. 22. Um, what when you prestidigitated away his aroma, what did you replace it with? He shrugs his shoulders. He looks at you with disgust and goes, "Flowers? Really? Flowers? I can't stay in stealth mode for 20 minutes if I smell like flowers. Do you know exactly how many flowers grow in the Everdark? Zero. None. Nada. Zip. Now, if he'd gone with this mushroom smell, that might have worked. But what is it you're doing, and why did I pick you? Oh, I'm sorry. Stormfist's the name. And when he shakes hands, he grabs the whole arm to make sure you're not got anything up your sleeve. He shakes your arm. Says, uh, I'm in disguise. You can call me Pebbles. Now, he's got his hair pulled up in a top knot with a bone through it. He's wearing a leopard shirt off of just one shoulder, revealing a very hairy chest and a pierced nipple ring. Uh, he's his lower torso is covered with basically a fur diaper, and very hairy legs down below suggest that maybe he doesn't even worry about whether he goes to the bathroom on himself because they've got runnels of fluid down the insides of his legs. Um, he's carrying in his hand. He has an axe, and it's really surprising that the axes that he's holding is small, like a throwing axe. But when he's holding it, the grasp of the handle is odd because the handle is wider than it is. It's wide handle, so it's like three handles together in one hand. Um, he's got a cloak over his shoulders that's folded and looks like a pair of wings that he's wearing on his back. But they're hanging down low, so they hang with the hooks like a bat wing, but the hooks at the end of the bat wings hang backward and uncomfortable looking. Uh, like I said, he did smell like body odor. Now he smells like lavender. It. He goes, so you fancy yourself a talker? You're a very eloquent person of many words. No, no, that can't be it. That can't be it. You're the wise one with words of wisdom that you only speak in moments of pure desperation. Otherwise, you keep silent and watch the world. Well, he didn't strike me as that type, but it's a possibility. It's either that or you are the loose-lipped floozy that bat your eyes and wiggle your ass to get people's attention. No, it's the only words that I've got for descriptions for why the lottery that is the universe gave me you. I did pick you. Of course I picked you. Well, because I didn't have my lottery. I didn't have my ticket. I didn't have my claims. I didn't have my claim. You're not there, Gene. He's got to let him ramble if he wants to ramble. My claim ticket would have put me first in the order, but I'm sorry. Uh, that's a little unethical, a little forward of you. What's quid pro quo on your mindset? What are you willing to give me? I can't believe it. I did find at least one that wants to negotiate. What was it? What'd you find? What'd you find? Come on, tell me. Uh, you're gonna offer me Lorenthal? You're gonna offer me Lorenthal? Lorenthal, the lol doll. Where'd you where'd you get a toy bat? Oh, yeah, the little bat. Yeah. He goes, you swanged it? Well, you're very inventive with the use of words in this language that we share. Swanging it, huh? All right. Well, yeah. So did I. I invented the dogs of war. So I'll tell you what. I have faith in you. If you can show me by the time you, but by the time I next speak with you, that you know the definition of responsibility in all of its ramifications, then I will bequeath to you a blessing no one will have ever had before. All right? Until then, STHU should be the letters you learn the definition for. STHU. STHU. Got it? STHU. Have you got it? Do you have it? You have it. You have it. You have it. Thank you. There we go. And he leaves you sitting in the water still. So this would have been a little retro that happened. I forgot that you were fourth level, so you did deserve that in all the meanings of the word deserve there. Yeah. All right, we're back. What's that? Yes, Stephen. What? He muted himself. Aha! He's utilizing it. I got you in meta. I got it. Now I got it. All right. Possibilities. Right. Right. No one has said that you had to be seven. Right. That's the mechanics. Right. That's definitely mechanically what you're going to be doing. What else do you want to do? What is the group going to be doing going forward? Like you said, you were earlier. You were wrestling with what is my role? What should I be doing? That I've accomplished in bringing them here. What is the answer to that question, and what are you collectively going to do? Is my bigger question. That's what we're talking about. They went native. Is the closest way to say it. Right. Right. You're slipping back into character, Gene. You're saying you're answering in meta, and now you're not answering in meta. Right. Right. But okay. But the question is, what are we doing now? That's the question. Right. But what is it you are going to do? Right. So the question is, what do you want to do, guys? He's given his position on what he would like to do. He would want. Yeah, you're trying to say that's on the micro scale. We all agree that needs to be done. So that will be pursued. But as far as the what we're okay, this is my turn to go into the meta for a second. This is the problem that groups on Nycos run into: is that you fix a problem or resolve an issue, and then don't know what to do next. And until you guys figure out a direction, I'll come up with busybody stories all day long to keep you active, but it does not keep you moving forward. So what I'm asking is, what you as a group, given all the pieces of the story, what is it you would like to pursue? Because that way we can get a direction for the group. So, for example, if the pursuit of Sylphe is the thing, clearly that's navigating a long distance travel, which is, think of it along the lines of, in story, being like an American Tale, Five Goes West. You're going from point A to point B, and the adventure is the route, is the travel, and the encounters that you run into are on the way to that objective. Now, whether or not those are multi-dim varied or whether they're boring and routine is a matter of you guys deciding how involved you want to get with this, with that pursuit. If that's not what you want to do, if you want to stay here locally and learn all there is to learn about the Eldrin people, the Inundarans are perfectly fine with you living here. The idea of them, of you being their local heroes, is wonderful to them because they think that will protect them from anything like the Revening from ever happening because you're here to stop it. So, and I just unplugged something, so give me a second. Gene, you as a player, not you as the character. What is it you want to do? Don't please don't give me Valera's answer. I want to know what you want to do. Okay. So for clarification, just so you know, that will happen wherever and whenever you are. So that's kind of specious to say you want to make a difference in the world. You can make a difference, to use a glib example, in COVID-19, you can make a difference by maintaining social distancing and ordering online, right? You're already making a difference because the disease isn't getting to more people. So you're successfully helping change the world for those that are around you. That does not mean this is what you want to do for the rest of your existence. But I want to know what you as a player want. Are you wanting action adventure on a high dangerous level? Do you want drama and mystery on a local personal level? What is it you want for this campaign? Because we already know where the other campaigns are headed. This one has not yet found its hook, and so that's what I'm asking for. What you as a player want, not what you as a character want. If that makes a difference. Okay, well, growth of this character can happen in the same town. You can ask uh, Allie about that. Allie can live in one town and get plenty of action and adventure and character development. So, if it's travel you want, travel you get. If it's not travel, then I need to know what else it would be. So, that's kind of where we are. I got the idea from where Travis has stated that he likes the idea of the long scale adventure with a big payout at the end of achieving a goal of discovering this place called Sylphe. Yeah, right. Yeah, you've already been there once, so somebody would like to get more magic beans. Way to go, Steven. Push right past that envelope. And I know that Rocky just wants to use his crossbow. I know that that's the case with Rocky, so I'm not worried. This is still meta. This is agreeing with Travis. Allie. Eh, Well, and in the particular, since you're trying to find memory, going to a lot of different locations gives you opportunities to possibly remember stuff, right? She's got an alpaca, which means that she's a midge. In the olden days, the high race of halfling. There's the midge and the quapples, and she's a midge. Stephen, yes. Well, yeah, exactly. We're in the meta right now. So, Stephen, what does Stephen want? I know that part of what Stephen wants. I'm going to speak a little on his behalf. Stephen wants to know what his limitations are, and he wants to find out by slamming his forehead into them as hard as he can over and again. That's a given. So, what does Stephen want beyond knowing what his limits are? She wants the end of Thanos. She wants to end in a field with her plant, a field full of beans, running her gauntleted fist across the grain caps. As a story, and as you as the player, do you want to be the do you want to be the Merlin from Sword in the Stone, learning to be a fish and a bird and a rock and a tree? And do you want to become Lim? Had to think about it. Had to think about it. That's a good one, Ed. That's a good one, Freya. Good one, Steven. Okay, we're asking. I'm asking in the meta so that we feel collectively that we're moving in the right direction. We have had situations in the past. Well, yeah, just for clarification, there are times when I run a campaign where I've got one player who really likes a localized setting, like maybe they fell in love with Inandara and loves the idea of living here with these elves and helping to protect their borders and learning their ways and all of that. Whereas the rest of the party wants to go trundling off on action adventure and burning down the enemies and things like that. By knowing what you want out of the game, it makes it easier for me to put the things in your path that will make it easier instead of difficult. This is part of the process of making sure each encounter, each engagement is fun, and I don't want to leave anybody in the dust. Dust would be crystals. Lim's a liquid. What was it about? What was that about, Allie? What'd you say? So she really is your character from Animal Crossing. Exactly. Does he have shoulders? Yes, he has a slight neck. His head is articulated from his shoulders. No, it's and the mass. Right. Anyway, so now we can drop back into the story. You guys want to go and talk to the elves about finding ways to communicate with the northern tribes. It can be done. It's the easiest way is to send um, birds as messengers, but they're not ultra dependable. They're as likely to get eaten by predator birds as anything else. So, if, okay, uh huh. Well, in theory that would be great, but reliquary is so far from here as to be outside of frequency range of anything that you had. Even if you had the operational V8, it wouldn't have had enough power to broadcast that distance. Not even with magic. Yes, yeah, that's a completely different thing. If you There's two ways that Freya can do it. Freya can attempt it through sorcery, trying to literally contact her kithkin because she went through that blood ritual to become the child. So there's that possibility. That's the least less likely of the two. The other option is for her to actually steal something and force a magic that we know is powerful enough to literally drag her all the way back across the thousands of miles that it would take to get home. That's what it's for. They no, they're watching for her discretion. They're watching her. They're not watching what she sees. More than likely not, only because they put it on her literally as the hook to yank her back. But the most assured way to get the message is for Freya to take a personal sacrifice of being sent all those miles by herself. Freya and you and will climb out of it, not only catching them completely by surprise, but completely unawares. Exactly. So, 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 yeah. It is. It's an incredibly powerful magical source, but it's passive. It's capturing images of things of the past and of the present and of things that may yet come to pass. Not as a broadcast, but as a receiver. It's a receiver station, if you will, for magical. Right. It's also catching. Right. It's also capturing the echoes. It's kind of, if you want to do a comparison to a motion picture reference, it's like uh, the empath vision in Minority Report. It's capturing sensory inputs. You're going to try to turn a receiver into a broadcaster. Is that what you're suggesting? Yes, Scandelis. Isn't that a group? Oh, that's Vangelis or Vangelis, actually. Yes, and they have such appreciation for you. Yes. Um, that's a good question. Let's see. We haven't had any direct contact with the elves of Tra Lara for a long time. As far as we know, they abandoned Cryopathia, so there's really no direct contact for them as far as reaching out to the Eldrin. Um, in ancient times, the men had um, something they called radio, and they could reach out to towers. But I don't know if any of the towers remain. If you had awareness of where towers might be, you might be able to reach out to them. Hmm. Don't know what console is, but that sounds like the kind of words they would use. Um, yeah, they have the stick. So there is a possibility, but we have no historical um, precedent for that. Um, of course, the next would be to contact the Vanguard because Vanguard could probably get there. Yes, yes, it's a um, in the past when there were dangers that faced the community, especially if the human population was involved. There were warriors who would take on the task of being communicators called the Vanguard, and they had secret ways to travel long distances and carry messages back and forth. Um, uh, well, not since the last, not since the war, because in the war that's what the when you speak of a van, you're speaking to the front edge of an army. So yes, you killed off the last van exactly. Oh, we didn't kill it off, but we released the last van. And in terms of reaching the Vanguard from here, um, I believe Archer is still around, so we could try to reach out to him. Although he's across the plains in the forests of El Sadar. It's uh, it's like 6 weeks. Yeah, we're not going to the city. We're not going to the city of El Sadar. Eldrasar. El Sadar. We're going to the country of Eldrasar. So it's yeah, but it's a ways away. That's fine. It six. It's You have no idea that. Remember, that was a vision of what might yet come to pass. There's no, we don't have any context for when that action is going to happen. But it's 6 weeks by caravan to get to the forests of Elsadar. That would be the quickest. We could definitely send somebody. Uh, and since this conversation actually would have been taken place over the last few days, this would have been. It's easy enough to retcon this for a couple of days ago, because this was all happening sort of at the same time. All these different things, because it was getting up to getting your equipment and everything. So. Right. We send the bird as a message as a primary, and then as a secondary, try to use your magics, and third option, yeah. So we can do all of them. Yes. All right. Yes. There is a rumor of an army moving north, coming through the or going north out of Bridgeton, more than 6,000 strong. But it only marched roughly 3 weeks north, and then doubled back, and has just recently returned to the area of Bridgeton. So there is an army of a growing strength there. The Draconians have started to expand into the nearby portions of the Swarthier Plains. They haven't come north towards us yet, but they are also growing in numbers and power, and they are apparently searching for something known as masks. We're not familiar with what that is, but it's a relatively new magic that they're trying to get a hold of. Let's see what else there would be. Let's see, so that's two of the armies. Yeah, the only third army was is still operating, and that's way far to the south. The Baravites are still attempting to make their incursion into the now from the fourth iteration. So there's a war going along a storm front. Well, that's the rumors. We've It is literally on the other side of the world. It's like hearing that the Chinese built a wall. That's only if you buy that that's what's really happening. It could be just a figment of somebody's imagination. I Ah, there you are, my boy. How are you? Hmm. Good, good. Yes, it's things have gotten much better. The air has cleared considerably since you arrived to be with us. That's exactly what I meant. I'm taking over the world. Remember? Yes, you made it so much easier since you brought me to where they all are. Yes, that's what I said. Ruling the world. Blends come from the Warrens. Everybody knows that. When? My children were dug up? Oh, my army, yes! And they were prepared and they marched forward to destroy the world. I remember. Plin. Smelly, short fellas with bad hair. Big ears. Maybe. Constantly. It was horrible. It sounded like a cross between When I Survey the Wondrous Cross and Onward Christian Soldiers. It was really weird. All the blend come from the Warrens. Everybody knows that. Southern tip of Grawlin, near Cathedral. Hmm. Other continent, I think. Let me go look at my map. Let me double check. I think you're right. Let me double check. If you hadn't noticed, I don't have my map up in front of me, smart aleck. I've got the whole world in my head. I've got the whole wide world in my head. Yeah, but I think Warren's is on the southern continent near. No, it's big. It's a country. Atlas of Nycos. Graphed maps. Yeah, Warren's actually she was right. It's on Trelawney. It's south of Haven. It's south of Haven. Way down at the bottom, below below the Whisper Mists, where Hammerfall was. Yeah, but nobody saw them march. That's the weird thing. Remember, because they're called the armies of the. They're you're being warned that they're the army of the North, but they didn't come from the North. They came from Warrens. That's where all Blinn are from. Everybody knows that. He keeps saying that. No, the army from the south is they're claiming to be the Baravites on the other continent. The other people that are fighting in this conflict assume the army of the Baravites to be the army of the south. But it makes out that the army of the south and the army of the north are the only two that are coming in using temporal boundaries. The Baravites and this Blinn/unblinn force. No, the Warrens. They her experience of Hammerfall was at the in the second or third. But that was that's in the meta. That's not this character. No. Sure. Sure. Speak with dead. Sure. What dead are near them? Well, if you got people to the reliquary, then yeah, I could talk to somebody there. I think You told me about Jimmy. That's right. That's such a right now in my brain that is like a wondrous vision of this group of earth sign warriors that have trekked across the trackless wastes to get to the reliquary, and the message they get is from a zombie in a chicken uh, ch- ch- Kentucky Colonel Chicken uniform, spouting to them the prophecy of doom. And to go along with this, we do have our six piece platter. Yeah, that's awesome. Imagine how that would be recorded in the future. And behold, the well, they don't stop. That's the advantage. If you, for example, sent the undead walking from the reliquary, they would eventually get to um, Anchorage, but it would take them a hell of a long time at your speed. Oh, that's right. Yep. Yeah, but 3 hexes is 49 miles. That's 150 miles. On foot, that 150 miles is a lot, hell of a lot farther. Now they don't stop, so they can walk through 24 hours at what 3 miles an hour. So it'd take them 2 days. Well, that's what. Yeah, that's what, yeah. It's across straight terrain. Yeah, you can get there. You get there in about a week. That's still be faster than going the 6 weeks across to Eldersar. Can't fly. Has to walk. Bones can't fly. It's the feathers that fly. Yes, but an undead fish only floats. Yeah, but I'm saying it wouldn't get very far. It would have to follow the current. You always find them on the west side of trees and stuff. It's gross. Well, good thing. There's plenty of carnivores though, so they eat it all up before it gets to the point of. Hey, chummy goes good with bread. Yeah, you know what it would be? Do 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 do. Right from Great White North. it's a, it's a beauty way to go. Nah, wrong. That's High Chaparral. That almost works. No, what's the other one? From uh, Dudley Do Right. No, no, yeah, we don't want to miss. Don't want to sing that one. The Dead Go Marching. Yeah, that's not one you want to go sing. Right, singing right now. Alrighty. What's that? Hmm. A sec. Oh, that is awesome. That, and I can see, yes, and we have to give him Vincent Price's laugh. You have to record that so that whenever you want, you can let it burst out of your chest. Yeah, exactly. Yes, yes. No kidding. I can see we're going to be selling we're going to be selling Heart Halloween costumes and Peekaboo costumes, of course, because Peekaboo will sell costumes all year long once she gets. She'll have all these little. There we go. Oh my gosh, we need to find a manufacturer for those right away. But, oh, that is awesome. See, we're building a brand here, folks. This is awesome. And that and the various forms of Freya. The fabulous forms of Freya. So the little half bird, half toucan. I mean, half eagle, half toucan. No, no, I'm thinking like Mr. Potato Head, so you can swap them out, the bits and the pieces. Oh yeah, that's what totally. These are going to be totally cute freakazoid. Yeah, exactly. As I'm saying, the big one with wings and yeah, oh yeah, the whole set. Yeah, like the people in this world that actually had the Millennium Falcon playset version, where the Luke. Yes, you did. Don't you lie. You told me you did. You cheater. I know you had it. Don't even lie. I know you had one. Mm. Best thing I had was I had an RC aircraft, not an RC aircraft, a string controlled electric airplane. So you put it on top of a double A the 9 volt double prong, the big square double prong battery. You'd stand it on top and let it charge, and then you could go out and with a flick of your wrist, you could turn on the little motor, and it would drag the airplane around, and it was aerodynamic. So you just turn your wrist, and the airplane would go airborne. And it was great until my sister decided whether or not it was a Stuka or not. Uh huh. Right. Right. Just shot it straight up. Yep. Nice. Nice. That's okay. I had out of the top five most dangerous toys in the world, I had four of them. Yep, I had the clacker. You remember the clackers? They were two resin spheres, and they were tied to the end of a string with a metal ring in the middle. And you'd hold the metal ring and you would clack them up and down. It was based on the Eskimo yo-yo, which was actually pieces. Yes, that's how that they were heavy enough that when they would smack together, they would let off sparks. Okay, that was the first one. The second one that I had was lawn darts, also known as jarts. No, but I did pierce my sister's shoe one time by throwing the jarts in the air and they came down. The third most dangerous toy in the world was bottle rockets, but this was back in the days when they put M80s on sticks. So it's a quarter stick of dynamite. So it would go whiz bang, and the bang was so loud it would like scare cats. So lethal. They were considered to be a. And the fourth one that was the most dangerous was called an SST. supersonic transport, and what it was a gyroscopic central wheel, and you had a T handled pull string like a lawnmower starter with gears on one side, gear teeth on one side, and you would pull really hard, and the thing would spin so fast that if you put it against your sister's arm, it would burn her skin. Right, but they're much smaller and they don't have hardly any pull. They're not okay. Anyway, it's but back but the point was when those were made, all four of those were in the top five most dangerous toys in the world, and I had them. I no close close though. It was the real chemistry set, and it had the stuff that would make nitric acid. You could actually burn radium or we have one of the lower radiation things, so you could see you could see the effects on the paper. You'd lay the yeah, they had to get rid of it because it was all too gross. But the nitric acid was what they were listing it for being the most dangerous when I had one. So yeah, but yeah, it wasn't like I said. It was way before me. But the like I said, well, I am an atom, so I'm actually little Eddie from the Munsters. If you hadn't noticed, my hair does that widow's peak thing just like Eddie did. Oh, now I get to say things like "can't touch this." Do 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 do. Can't touch this. Do do. Well, it's 10 o'clock, so we were able to stall out enough that we'll do it next week. But yes, you are headed for Silphe in the long term. But we did send out the message. We did. We that's what that's this last little kibitzing was the fact that you guys were sending out the messages in all the possible ways, and hopefully before you leave next week, we'll have an answer on whether or not the message was received. So everything short of the get yourself killed version. So and next week we'll take care of the microcosmics of that. Thank you all for watching the stream with us. Thank you all for participating in the session. Everybody wave.